you put your thumbs up. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Today's proceedings are going to be broadcast after a 10-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may use them to report what they're hearing in the hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for photography or recording. May Baroness Lance be sworn, please.
Do I need to stand up for this?
Let's take the Bible and repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give.
that the evidence that I shall give
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Yes, Miss Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
May you give your full name and title to the hearing, please?
Baroness Doreen Lawrence of Clarendon.
You provided a witness statement to this inquiry. It was dated the 27th of June 2025. Please may I have up on screen UCPI 38014. Sir, it's behind your tab A1. On the first page, thank you. Do you recognise that as your statement?
I can't see anything on my screen.
Okay. Does it need to be switched on, the screen?
Sorry, we have trouble with technology. Is your screen showing anything?
Nothing.
No, it's not.
No.
Yeah.
Could we also switch the microphone on as well if it's not already on? Perhaps move it a bit closer as well.
All working now?
Yes.
Good.
Can you now see the front page of your witness statement?
Yes.
And going to the last page, page 62, and that was signed by you, dated the 27th of June 2025.
Yeah, but in the box there is no signature in the box.
Okay, but that's been privacied for your privacy.
Yeah.
Do you confirm that its contents are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I can confirm that is true.
Thank you. That will stand as your evidence to the inquiry in chief.
Okay.
Now, the statement addresses your experience of the loss of your son, Stephen Lawrence, and also your subsequent fight for justice for him and for your family, and also your efforts to bring his murderers to justice, and also to seek accountability for the failed police investigation into his death. In terms of the background, I'd like to start a little bit earlier and look at your own background. As I understand, you were born in Jamaica, and your title, Baroness Doreen Lawrence of Clarendon, that comes from the rural parish of Clarendon, where you were born and grew up for the early part of your days.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, you were born in the 50s, you came to England in the 1960s, is that right?
Yes,
And you lived with your mother and stepfather in South East London.
that's right.
When you left school, I think, did you start to work in banking?
Yes, I work for NatWest Bank.
Okay, you were particularly good at maths and that led you into that
Yes.
direction. Did you at that stage experience racial prejudice?
Within the office, there were some, but not to the extent that it really sort of. I think what prevented me from progressing is that we had grades in the bank, and you get to each grade and you move up. And I got to the top of my grade, and I still wasn't able to move up. And I remember speaking to one of the managers and saying, and plus I'm not being paid either. And he more or less just said to me that the bank is not just going to pick up and give you the salary.
9. Through Lewis, I received some bits of information about Doreen Lawrence, which he had received from people like Suresh Grover, with whom Lewis was close. There was a rumour that did not reflect well on Doreen and had the potential to be used to discredit her if true. I reported that on to HN86 verbally. I did not feel it was of enough significance to write up in a report. I do not know what HN86 did with that information, if anything. Now, that can be taken down. We understand that that was a suggestion that you were out partying that night. You addressed that at paragraph 34 of your witness statement, if you want to have a look at that. I know you have it in front of you. What do you say about that?
Partying? Well, I wasn't partying. I was with other groups of students for the past 2 days. We went to part of the Black Country. I was doing a humanities degree. And that's where I was until I reached home. Must be about 8:30, going 9 o'clock, I reached home.
So what you're saying is there's no truth at all in a rumour that you were out partying that night?
No truth at all.
I'd like to move then to the immediate aftermath of the murder. At paragraph 42, you say that there were people coming to your house. There were many people coming to pay their respects, to visit and provide support to you and your family. As well as people, members of the public who were visiting, members of your family, there were also police officers who came to the house. Now, had you had much interaction with police officers before? Did you or your family have dealings with police officers?
None whatsoever.
And what had been your opinion of police officers prior to Stephen's death?
I think before Stephen, there was always the rumour about how police treated young black men, especially black men, about throwing them in the back of the van, how they're beaten up. And one of the things I used to say to Stephen about when he's out of how he should walk home, always walk in the opposite direction of the traffic. And I would tell him all the stuff I used to read in the paper. And in Stephen's opinion is that he's not doing anything wrong, so nothing should happen to him, even though the stories that we were hearing, that worried me.
Okay. There were 2 family liaison officers in particular that were assigned to your family, and you addressed this at paragraphs 42 to 44 and 57 to 58 of your witness statement. And you had a sense, I think, that they were surveilling your family rather than providing support, and their interest was rooted in suspicion towards your family. Why do you suggest that?
I think before Stephen's death, not having any interaction with police, I didn't understand why those 2 officers was there, and they were there on a regular basis. And the questions that they were asking, and I think because we were giving them as much information that came to our house, because people sort of turn up with notes saying, giving names of individuals, we pass it on to them. And I didn't understand why we weren't given any feedback. And the questions I would always ask, what's happened to the names that we've given you? And they could never answer. And, it's always, who are these people? What are their names? What are they doing here? And as I said, because not having any understanding about liaison officers, now I know what their position should be, is that they should be informing us about how the investigation is going, and that we didn't get that sense at all from them.
Can I have up on screen, please, UCPI 3258, page 13. This is a record of an interview by one of the FLOs, Linda Holden. So it's behind tab C14 in bundle 3. Thank you. Looking at line 24 then. Sorry, if I can have up line 24. to 33. She was asked, as time went on and you were there, did you make records about who was present? And Miss Holden replies, yes. Whenever I went to the house, what we would have, I don't know if you've seen them, when you went in, you would, whoever was there, you would make a note of whoever was there, or you would say, well, I went to the house, I went to see Mrs. Lawrence, or I went to see Mr. Lawrence about something. Whilst there was a relative, a sister, or whatever. Asked, so you take names? She replies, so you would take names and you would just put it on an action. So it was like, you know, you would have the front sheet and the middle sheet, and she goes on to note how the names were taken down and recorded. Can I have up on screen, please, UCPI 3259, page 8. So this is behind C15 in bundle 3. And this is a record of an interview with the other FLO, John Bevan. And when asked in the context of about writing down the names of visitors or groups to your home, he was asked at page 8, line 14, at the end of the day, we are police officers trying to investigate. We're trying to provide support and a link to the family. If anything comes up that in my experience as a detective needs to be addressed, then it would have been, and it would have been reported back, and to hell with the consequences, to be quite honest. At the end of the day, we are there to investigate the crime. We are trying to do it sensitively, hence a conduit between the family and the investigation team being the family liaison officer. And at page 9, line 27, please. He was asked, did you at some time write down some of the details of who was there? And he replies, no, there was no need for me to do that. I didn't feel it relevant. I remember some of the bodies that were there, and they were heavily overtaken. I remember particularly 2 bodies, one being the ANC, which was the African National Congress, and the ARA, which was the Anti-Racist Alliance. And I remember they were there. Can we go over the page to page 10, please? I remember seeing, and I think maybe commenting, I'm pretty sure, I would have commented in one of the general meetings that we had to share information that the family had been overtaken, I beg your pardon, by plenty of different factions trying to obviously make a political point. But I haven't made any specific notes. I didn't feel that was relevant. My role in my head was clear, which was to support and be that conduit for the family, and be a method of initial communication for them should they need it, and to investigate the murder. Who was there at the family, I suppose, could have been relevant, but I didn't feel it was, so I've made no record of it. I was not requested to either. And page 11, please. At the top, line 1, the first paragraph. He said, I suppose that it is just the inquisitive nature of being a CID officer. From the look and the sound of people there, it probably very, very quickly became obvious that they are not close family members or friends. They are people there for an ulterior motive. And I obviously felt it pertinent, trying to be subtle about it, to ask who are all these people? The house was full. Maybe there were 20 people milling around who obviously don't know where they are, don't know the family, and the question was, in my mind, and still is, a perfectly reasonable one. Who are all these people in your house? Thank you, that can be taken down. Do you recall the FLOs noting down the people who were attending at your house in the immediate aftermath of Stephen's death?
I don't remember them physically writing anything down, but I do remember them asking the question, who are these people? And in one of the things that you brought up about the ANC, I don't remember anything about the ANC being in our house. The ARA, yes. I know about them. And okay, the majority of those people, I would have not have met them before, so I didn't know anything about them.
And what do you say about this report that people were visiting you for an ulterior motive, and that it was information that was of interest to a murder investigation?
I think the people who were visiting after Stephen's murder, they were there to show support. If they had any other political view, I would have no idea about that. But in my opinion, they were there just to support us.
If it was suggested that the FLOs were just looking to build up a picture of Stephen, do you accept that?
No, because they weren't asking about Stephen. They weren't asking questions about him as an individual, or even of us.
Peter Francis says that he was given a list of names that had been derived from the FLOs who recorded the visitors attending your home, and that he was asked by his superior officer to establish whether any visitor who had political affiliations were known to the SDS and whether they may create a public order issue. Can we have up on screen, please, Peter Francis' witness statement, UCPI 36012, paragraph 243. So he says, it was a list of names I was told came from the family liaison officers at the home of Doreen and Neville Lawrence, who recorded all the visitors to the house. And HN86 wanted to know if any of the visitors had particular political affiliations. He says that the list was stapled into the back of my diary, and I would regularly check back on it for the first 3 or 4 months in the field. You can't recall a particular list of names at all that was created?
Not by the FLOs, no.
Thank you, that can be taken down. Other than family, friends and neighbours or individuals and groups attending your home in the days after Stephen's death, some of those individuals and groups attending your home, you've listed some of them, and at paragraph 47 and 54 you mention Palmer Black and Mark Wadsworth from the ARA. I think you said just a moment ago that they were regular attenders in the immediate aftermath, and would they regularly come to your home and provide support?
Yes.
On the Saturday after Stephen's death, you say that the ANL attended with Black Panthers. Do you recall that?
As I say, in the first week, I couldn't tell you who and who was there and what their names are, any of those things. I couldn't say that. But I know there was various group who attended. I couldn't say exactly. As I said, the first week, I was more or less locked up in my room. I know there's loads of people was there, but I couldn't identify to say these specific people who they are, apart from my family and friends that I knew beforehand.
And did anybody warn you at that point not to get involved with certain groups because they might be dangerous?
No.
At paragraph 53, you do say that when the Black Panthers attended, they were dressed in hoods and glasses, and Palmer Black may have suggested to you not to get involved. Do you recall that? If you want to have a look, it's paragraph 53. You say you were a little frightened because of the hoods and dark glasses, and And I remember Palmer said to me that we did not want to get involved with them as they are dangerous, and Palmer had been there more or less every day. Does that ring a bell at all?
It does, slightly, yes.
Okay. Did anybody else suggest that you shouldn't get involved with certain groups? Do you recall?
No.
Okay. And one of the people that is here today and has been with you throughout is Imran Khan, Casey. Do you remember him attending from the early days?
Yes, he came to see us on the Sunday.
You say that Imran Khan, Casey, it took a lot of effort to try and get answers for you, but he was often met with a wall of silence. Can you explain about that a little bit?
I think for me, what I wanted to know is that because all the names were given and we passed them on either through Mr. Khan or through the FLO that came, I've always wanted to know, what's happened to those names? Were they looked into? So those are the questions I kept asking because, nobody's given me any answers at all.
And also, in your statement at paragraph 65, you mentioned that the police were questioning Stephen's friends at his school. How did you come to know about that?
Quite a few of his friends would come and visit, and that's how I knew about that. They would say that the police were questioning them. I would not have, and I would say like Stephen's close friend, as I see his close friend, would have been Elvin, who would have come and told me that.
Was there a suggestion, or at least a perception, that because Stephen was a young black boy, he must have been involved in gangs?
I think that's what we heard, because there was questions about why was he out and where was he coming from, what was he doing, and I presume during that time, for young black men, there's always this assumption, and one of the things that I was told when I kept asking questions is that we've never met a family like you before, and the assumption.
Who was saying that?
Police officers were saying that. They've never met anybody like us before. And the assumption is that, that my son must have been a criminal. And that was what they kept bringing up, because we're supposed to be so different.
So what did you take that to mean about your family?
That we must be criminals, and we had no engagement with police beforehand. And so that was quite disturbing, because automatically you're put into a category that as blacks you are criminals, and there's nothing about me, my background, or anything could ever give you that impression. But that's the impression that they draw about us.
Now, on the 6th of May that year, you met Nelson Mandela. He was visiting London. And did he come to your home? No,
we met him up in London. I'm not sure if it was his hotel. That's up in London that we met him.
Okay. And what was the impact of his visit?
His visit brought about the arrests of some of the individuals. Because I think before that, when we were giving information to the police, nothing had happened. And because he spoke out after our meeting to say that he knows that black lives are cheap in South Africa, he did not expect that here in this country.
Those arrests of the suspects were made on the 7th of May, so the day after he arrived and spoke with you.
Yes.
And there was one further arrest on the 3rd of June. But the CPS dropped those charges on the 29th of July due to insufficient evidence to provide a realistic prospect of conviction. What impact did that have on you?
We were quite devastated by that, because I think with all the information that we were passing on to the police, it goes to show that they did nothing with it. And so they weren't interested in investigating Stephen's murder, because had they been interested, they would have followed up all the information that we had given them, and people in the area was giving them. They took no notice of any of that.
On the 8th of May, there was an anti-racist march held in Welling. We know that was the first Welling march. You weren't there, I don't think, were you?
No.
And you'd made it clear that you didn't want Stephen's name to be associated with violence, and you'd made that clear right from the very start, I think, hadn't you?
Yes.
Had you made that as that opposition to any violence, public disorder being associated with Stephen and your family, you'd made that a united position within your family, had you?
Yes, we did.
And was it clear, once we come to the campaign being set up, that that was the position that the campaign was taking?
Yes, it was.
You say in your statement that you nevertheless understood how frustrating it was that the police were to take the outburst more seriously than what had actually caused it. Do you want to just expand on what you mean by that?
I suppose when you think about the injuries that Stephen had, when Stephen was killed, my assumption is that they'd be so outraged, like we were, about what happened to him. How, later on when I heard about, the stabbing and all, the main artery that was severed, I just thought that they would be so outraged that they would want to do whatever they could to bring Stephen's killers to justice. And the mere fact that they weren't interested, they showed no interest whatsoever. And if we wasn't keep speaking out and challenging what was happening, I think to this day, we would never have got any conviction whatsoever.
Is there a sense from you then that your perception was the police were prioritising the wrong thing? That they tackled, if they tackled racist crime properly, they wouldn't then have to deal with the consequences of the attack afterwards and the demonstrations held by the public? I
think if you look at, it doesn't matter who's the victims, and that is what the police should be looking at. And to have a black and white thing within their mind of how they investigate crimes. Now, Steve was a young man, had no criminality about him. The fact that he was murdered in the way in which he was, I would have thought the police would be so outraged, not because he's look at race to start off with, but as a human being, to be so outraged that what they want to do is to make sure that they caught Stephen's killers, but they weren't. And then this is when they start thinking about the racism, because had Stephen been white, they would have looked at it completely different than how they looked at Stephen's murder.
In terms of that Welling demonstration, the inquiry understands that Dwayne Brooks attended the march, which went past the BNP building. And Peter Francis's evidence about that is that he was then asked to identify Dwayne Brooks in hours of footage. Now, whether it was actually him that identified Mr. Brooks, or whether Mr. Brooks had already been identified by another uniformed officer, Mr. Brooks was prosecuted for violent disorder and criminal damage. And both those charges were later stayed of an abusive process. But what did you understand was the police involvement and the consequences for Stephen's case following that?
At the time is where, rather than them, as I say, investigating Stephen's murder, they wanted to discredit Dwayne as, to discredit him. And so anything that they could do, because if Dwayne was the witness, then he should be able to tell the police exactly what happened on the night. And so by singling him out in the way in which in the way in which they did, is what they're trying to do is to discredit anything that he had to say.
You set out in your witness statement that the Greenwich Action Committee Against Racist Attacks organised a candlelit vigil, and you heard that from Palmer. The family weren't consulted, but you say you weren't too concerned about that at the time. Did you at some point become concerned with other groups using Stephen's name in furtherance of their interests?
Yes, we did, yes. I think because after a while you begin to realise that Stephen's death attracted quite a lot of people, and in a lot of ways positive, because they wanted to support the family and to get justice for Stephen. But then you begin to think, okay, what else is there? I know nothing about politics at the time to say that's what they were doing. I have no idea about that. But it just became quite clear to us that I wanted to make sure whatever it was happening was focusing on Stephen and Stephen only.
You set up with Dr. Neville Lawrence and others the Stephen Lawrence Family Campaign. How did that campaign come about?
I think it came about because where the police wasn't doing anything, and our voices just was on deaf ear. To us, the police wasn't looking into Stephen's death. They weren't questioning all the individuals that we were given to them. So I presume we wanted to make everybody understand and know that here we are trying to fight for justice. And so we wanted to support the police. We really wanted to help and support, but they weren't doing anything. So this is how come the campaign came about, to highlight Stephen's murder and not getting justice for him.
So you felt compelled that you had to do something yourselves,
yes,
and make this a bigger issue and force the issue.
Exactly, because as I say, the police wasn't doing anything. They had no concern about us as a family or what happened to my son.
At paragraph 77 of your statement, you say that it was a fairly informal group and it involved a number of people: Baroness Rosalind Howells, the ANL, the ARA, particularly Palmer Black and Mark Wadsworth, your cousin, sister, Imran Khan, Casey, and then there were links to trade unions as well. Is that the extent of the campaign at the time when it was first set up?
At the time, yes.
And you say at paragraph 78 that later the trade unions were strong supporters of the Stephen Lawrence Task Group and the Stephen Lawrence Charitable Trust. Do you just want to explain briefly what those two organisations were?
The union with John Monks, with the campaign for justice, I think quite a few of the people within the union are taken up on supporting us. And back in '98, we started the Stephen Lawrence Charitable Trust. Steve wanted to be an architect, and how I looked at things is to look at the positive around Stephen's murder. And so the campaign was focusing on the positive around him. The charity was to look to support other young people like Stephen who wanted to study architecture. And so we, when it was set up, we sort of highlighted 3 areas. So it's like South Africa because of the support that Nelson Mandela gave us, Jamaica because of where our family's from, and here in the UK. And so the first students that we gave any funding to was in Jamaica, that we gave funding to, and they were master's students. And I think because I wanted to focus on a positive side and to support other young people like Stephen, especially, I suppose you say, in the black community, because within the black community, architecture is not something that's readily at the forefront of young students growing up. Stephen had that within him. And so we wanted to highlight that, and we was going to schools to talk to students, and we employed somebody who completed her part 2. So she was able to talk to students about the process you go through in order to study architecture.
At paragraph 79 of your statement, you mentioned that on the 3rd of August 1993, you asked the Minister of State of the Home Office, who was at the time Peter Lloyd, for an independent inquiry into the police handling of Stephen's murder investigation. But he, in return, said, well, we need the evidence to be able to support the request for an inquiry. What do you say about that?
So it just goes to show that the police collected no evidence whatsoever on the night that Stephen was killed. This is Peter Taylor. It was Ross Howells, Peter Lloyd, who Ross brought to our house, and I presume we were told about our concerns around not getting anywhere and the police not doing anything around Stephen's murder. And so to talk about evidence, they did not collect the evidence, and if they did nothing with it.
And so did that frustrate your request for an inquiry at that stage?
Well, definitely, because I suppose it's difficult to talk about the fight and the struggle that we had to go through. It's like an everyday thing. The police did not want to know. People in authority did not want to know. It's just another black boy has been murdered. So what? And that's how I felt. We were ignored, constantly being ignored. Even though we raised our concerns, nobody was listening to us.
In fact, you go on to say at paragraph 80 that the senior officers were furious at the increasing pressure on them. In particular, you make reference to Deputy Assistant Commissioner David Osland, who was in charge of 3 area in Met Policing area, which was encompassed southeast London, where you were. We've seen him previously in the course of this tranche on the World in Action footage in respect of Welling, where he questioned why demonstrators wanted to walk past the BNP headquarters. And in relation to the Stephen Lawrence campaign, he wrote a note to Commissioner Paul Condon on the 8th of September 1993 to express his frustrations at public criticisms. Reference is made to this in the note of the Macpherson report, paragraph 29.38. We don't have that to pull up on screen, but if I may quote from it, paragraph 29.38, Mr. Osland's reaction to statements made by or on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence in connection with the police have been most unfortunate and wounding to them. As early as the 8th September 1993, Mr. Osland wrote a note to the Commissioner indicating that he and others felt their patience was, in quotes, wearing thin on 3 area, not only with the Lawrence family and their representatives, but also with self-appointed public and media commentators. The note continued, and I quote, "I am totally satisfied that the Lawrence family have received a professional, sensitive and sympathetic service from the police," end quote. What do you say about that?
Well, I presume the question I would ask, if we received all what he said, why are we here today? Because we did not receive any of that. Because even though we tried to help and support, we weren't criticizing at the beginning. We started to criticize because nothing was happening. We used to go to police station in Plumstead, and when we were told that they were just thugs, the mere fact that they knew about these individuals because of what they were doing in the era before, I wouldn't have known anything about them. So the minute that Stephen was murdered, the fact that other people bring in who I didn't know, bringing all their names to us, saying that we know it's them, and we give this information to the police, then we've done everything that we could do to support the police. But in the end, they did nothing to support us.
DAC David Osland did agree to an independent review of the case, and he commissioned DCS, Detective Chief Superintendent John Barker, to conduct that review in the autumn of 1993. He was an officer of the Met Police, and in November 1993, the Barker review concluded, and I quote, "The investigation has progressed satisfactorily and all lines of inquiry were correctly pursued," end quote. And he had blamed, quote, "involvement of active politically motivated groups," close quotes, which had, open quote, "hampered press and media relations," close quotes. And you say that was demonstrating hostility to the family and your supporters. Is that right?
That's right. When we, I think just before he started to do his review, this is Mr. Barker, we saw him and we expressed our concerns. We talked about how we've been trying our very best to support the police however we can. And he said to us that he would come back and speak to us at the end of his report before it goes anywhere, so that we would know exactly what was going to happen in the report. He didn't do any of that. We didn't see the report. The only time we had a glimpse of the report was after the commissioner decided to set up or look into have another review, another investigation. I can't remember the police name.
Was that the Kent Police?
No, this is before the Kent Police. The Kent Police came after the after 97.
So this is the 1995 review?
Yes. So, and that officer, I felt, was a lot more honest and truthful to us. But before that, we had nothing, no truth, no honesty from the other police before him.
So you didn't accept the conclusions drawn by the Barker review?
We didn't even know about that. It was when this other investigation was set up, and we went to a meeting, and we were shown the document, but we couldn't read that at that time, and we weren't allowed to keep it. So I couldn't say what was in the report properly because we weren't allowed to read and digest it. We were only told that this has happened.
When we come on to briefly look at the Macpherson inquiry, that inquiry found that the Barker review was factually incorrect and inadequate, and it was referred to as a flawed and indefensible report. Do you recall that, and do you agree with that conclusion?
I definitely agree with that.
You had various ongoing meetings with senior officers during the months that followed Stephen's murder, and during the course of those months, you say that tensions between the several big groups that had taken an interest in the campaign for justice heightened in the summer. So you had the SWP and ANL who wished for a demo in South East London, and you had the ARA and the Stephen Lawrence campaign who wished for a demonstration in central London. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, I think some of this played out while you were abroad burying Stephen.
Yes.
And at that stage, the ANL did organise a demonstration in South East London, and that was the Welling demonstration that we've heard lots about, and it took place on the 16th of October 1993. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I understand around that. I think the ANL they were going to do a demonstration in central London, and then after Stephen's death, that's when they decided to move it down to Welling, at the BNP bookshop. That's what I heard, and that's what I understand. Why it was moved from central London down to Welling.
You and your family didn't attend that march. Do you have any comment on how that may have affected your campaign had you attended?
I don't really know, because I think I don't like marches, so I don't go on marches. I don't feel that at times that really benefit you in a way, and then after that happened and how that was reported, it shows that so the family was blamed for that. It had like a burnt-out car on one side, us in the middle, and the BNP shop at the other. And it was reported that we were the cause of that violence and what happened, and we had nothing to do with that.
So that's how it was written up in the press?
Yes.
Were you as a family or as a campaign group ever forewarned that there was going to be a risk of violence or disorder at that Welling demonstration?
No, because we had nothing to do with that. We weren't a part of it. We had nothing to do with it, so we didn't know anything about that.
So you hadn't been told anything specific about the risk of disorder at Welling?
No.
It came about that you did send a letter to the ANL and the ARA asking them to stop using Stephen's name, and you didn't want, as you've already said, other agendas overshadowing your search for justice for Stephen. And can you recall when you sent that letter? Was it around this time?
It would have been, I think, leading on from May going onwards. I felt that people wanted to use Stephen's name, and I disagreed with that, because what all that we wanted was the justice around him to make sure that individuals arrested, charged and put behind bars. And that was always been mine. So having what happened in Welling is not something that we would have supported.
Though, would you agree there's some benefit to the groups that did support your campaign because it raised the profile, there was publicity around it, and that gave you, as a family, as a campaign, a voice to be able to make demands of the state?
I would agree with that to a certain extent, but at the same time, with our lawyer at the time, we were writing to the various people who we felt we needed to make our voices known. I don't always agree with demonstration, but yes, it did raise the profile of Stephen, but it still didn't really get us anywhere, because we still had to be campaigning and speaking to, police officers and people like that, trying for them to hear and understand what it is that we wanted, and that took years.
Is it right that you were very clear what you wanted to do? You obviously had one very clear objective, and you weren't going to be influenced by others. So you weren't going to be influenced and overrun by other campaign groups with different agendas?
No, definitely not.
And is it right that you were more than capable of organising and managing your own campaign?
Yes.
I want to address a couple of issues about racism. There's been an allegation made by Peter Francis against the Detective Chief Inspector who was in charge of the SDS when Stephen was killed. That's HN 86. And allegations against his boss, the Superintendent Robert Potter. If I can have up on screen, please, UCPI 36012, page 27. It's paragraph 158, please. Mr. Francis says that I witnessed much more overt racism from certain members of management. HN 86 would refer to the Black Justice campaigns using the term monkeys. He also described the Lawrence family campaign as being led by Imran Khan, quote, by the rings through their noses, end quote, being a reference to a racist stereotype I had also heard previously in the police service. The special branch attitude towards the Lawrence family was 100% racist. They were viewed as unable to think for themselves or come up with and run their campaign themselves, so it was considered they must be being led by someone else. Baroness Lawrence, you can't comment on the truth of what has been said or what is alleged to have been heard by Mr. Francis, but what do you say about your ability to manage your campaign and come up with and run the campaign yourselves as a family group and as a justice campaign group?
I think, like I've said before, whenever we met with police officers, they would say things like, we've never met anybody like you before. I think they believe that as a black person, you can't string two sentences together, and that many times I think they believe that Mr. Khan had to speak on my behalf and tell me what to say, which is so further from the truth. So I think that they have this opinion of what a black person is like, or what a black family is like. And so that seems to influence the way in which they think about people. And when they used to say to me, you're not like other families, my thing was like, there's millions of people like me. I am no different. You know, you may have 1% or 0.5% of individuals who are criminals, but it does not mean the majority of people are. And so I would always question that and say, you know, and I think sometimes by them saying that to me, is trying to make me feel as if I'm more important than anybody else. And I would always make sure that there's millions of people like me. There's millions of people like me, so I am no different.
In terms of, that can be taken down from the screen now, please. In terms of these overt racist comments that have been alleged. HN86 categorically denied that he ever made such comments, and Robert Potter is now deceased, so he can't respond to those allegations. But did you ever hear overt racist comments made about your family or the campaign during the course of your dealings with the police?
I think the police is always very clever and not able to speak in those terms, but you can always, by their actions, you can always determine exactly what they're saying to you. Whenever I ever speak to, as I say, because I'm not used to speaking to police officers before, so this is like my very first time. And so when we had our tyres on our car being slashed, when I was told about people watching our house, all these things, you know, you go and you talk to police officers, and it's like they're so dismissive of anything that you have to say. When you say there's people watching your house, like, who's watching your house? What? As if to say we're not telling the truth to them. I have no reason to lie to you, because all I want to do is to help and support you, so you can bring those individuals to justice. And that's always been my primary in everything that I've done over the years, is to always speak the truth, question when I think you're not telling me what I need to hear, and challenge you. And because I've always said to anybody, I've always been respectful. Nobody can ever say I've been disrespectful to any officer. All my questioning is always been in a way in which I expect them to have respect for me as I have respect for them. And so that's always been my way of behaving. But I don't feel as if I've always had that from police officers.
Thank you. Now, there's another allegation that has been made by Mr. Francis, and it's at paragraph 245 of his witness statement. Which is UCPI 36012. Thank you. And this is the smearing allegation. Now, he's been clear in subsequent accounts that, to be clear, smearing is not lying. It's finding facts that can be used against someone. And in particular, in relation to your campaign, he said that he was tasked, and by that he means finding any information that is true but which could be used to portray the campaign or the family in a negative light, or even destroy the campaign. It could have been anything: radical left-wing political affiliations, drug use, an unhappy family home. Now, you'll be aware that it's disputed by HN86 that Mr. Francis was ever tasked to smear the campaign or find information, find dirt that could affect the effectiveness of the campaign. But if it was true, and if there was an undercover officer that was tasked to find some dirt on you that could be used against you, what do you say about that?
What I would say, if they're able to put that amount of attention and resources into to discredit us as a family, if they put that amount of attention into seeking and to finding Stephen's murderer, we would not be sitting here today.
Do you believe that there are some sections of the community that, if this allegation were true, would be more likely to be the subject of such treatment than others?
Could you repeat that again, please?
If this allegation about smearing, in the context as it meant, was true, if Mr. Francis had been tasked to uncover some criticism of the campaign that could be used to undermine it or prevent it, do you think that sort of behaviour might be used against certain populations, certain demographics, certain parts of the community more than others?
Well, definitely. I think that sometimes the amount of information I receive from members of the public of how they felt, how they've been treated, and And I would definitely believe that's true. I would definitely, because there are times that we have no say in how we are treated. We have, as if to say, we have no rights to expect much better treatment, and even to be treated like everybody else. I think all the time during Stephen's investigation, all I wanted is to be treated the same. I wasn't looking for special treatment. Somebody had died. It is your job to investigate that murder, and that's all I was asking for, nothing else. And so to spend their time looking to smear and to find things to destroy us as a family, as I say, it's hard to believe that people go to that extreme.
Moving on towards the end of 1993, on the 21st of December 93, there was the first inquest into Stephen's death that opened. It was April 1994 when you met with Commissioner Paul Condon, so that was close to the anniversary of Stephen's death. And you'd had ongoing meetings with a number of senior officers before that time, is that right?
Yes.
And you say at paragraph 95 of your statement that the Stephen Lawrence campaign was officially founded in June 1994. So whereas it was a fairly informal campaign group, family support group, up until that point, June 1994, that's when it's formally established. Is that right?
You could say that, yes.
And the aims and the objectives were still seeking justice, truth, and fundraising for to cover the costs of a private prosecution of the suspects.
Yes.
Is that right? Neville Lawrence was having meetings with the monitoring group, Movement for Justice, Alex Olawade, and others, according to your recollection. Is that right?
Whatever meetings that Neville was having, I didn't know anything about them. I mean, I only knew about them through the statements that I've read about having meetings with them. I didn't know anything about that.
Is it right that he was more involved with the different groups than you were, because you were largely looking after your two children?
Yeah, you could say that, yes. And plus I was studying as well at the time.
Okay, and they were still relatively young, 16 and 11 I think they were at that time, weren't they?
Yes.
And so I'm going to ask you a little bit about your knowledge of the groups, recognising that actually you have fairly limited knowledge about them. But if I may just ask you firstly about the monitoring group and Suresh Grover. Did you know him, and how did you come to know him?
I didn't know him beforehand. We met him, I think, probably late 93, going to 94. And he was there to help us to run the campaign. As I said, I didn't know him beforehand, and so he was playing a supporting role.
Okay. It may have been earlier on in 1993. Does that ring true? Was he one of the first people that were around?
Because we left for Jamaica in beginning of July, and I think probably just before that I would have met him.
Okay. Movement for Justice. Did you know the people who were part of that organisation personally?
No.
Did you know about the group itself?
Not beforehand, no.
Okay. Did you ever meet with Alex Olawade, Karen Doyle, Lewis, Tony Gard? Do you remember these people?
I think I probably have met them at some meeting, but not really. I didn't really know them.
Did you understand the objectives of their organisation, which was a wider anti-racist campaign?
No, I think the only thing I knew is later on, since I've been reading since the inquiry, was reading things about them. I didn't really know anything about them.
The newer monitoring group, which was headed by Asad Rahman, do you recall him?
Yes.
And what did you know about the group, the newer monitoring group?
I didn't know very much. I think my first meeting of Assad was probably when we went to South Africa when they were looking at racism and xenophobia. I didn't really know him before that.
That meeting was in 2001, is that right?
Yes.
When you went to an international conference in South Africa.
Yes.
The Nation of Islam, do you remember that group?
Yes.
And had they had a relationship with the Stephen Lawrence campaign or the wider support group from a relatively early stage?
No, I think I'm trying to think when I really knew about them. I think I've always heard about them, but never met them before. And so in the beginning, as far as I know, they weren't part of the campaign.
Okay. Specifically, I think you became very aware of them when they were at Hannibal House, where the Stephen Lawrence inquiry was being held.
Yes.
And we'll come to that in a bit more detail on that day that the suspects attended. SWP and the ANL, do you recall much about that group?
I knew about the ANL, the SWP, I'm not certain about them.
You say in your statement that you understand they were actively participating in certain campaigns, certain campaign-related activities, as well as attending some of the campaign meetings and engaged with other organisations and groups sharing the interests in the campaign. Is that about the extent of your knowledge of them?
Yes.
Finally, then, the ARA. We've heard Palmer Black and Mark Wadsworth were attending at your home fairly early on and were there to offer support. Is there anything else you want to tell us about that?
I suppose for Mark, I knew nothing about Palmer Black beforehand. Mark Wadsworth, I would have known about him because he was a journalist, so he would be doing, I don't know, the local news. I used to see him on the TV. But before, I didn't know him personally.
Okay. And is it right to say that very much the support was coming to you and your family? You weren't going to support other campaigns or other things that these groups were associated with?
No, they were coming to support our campaign.
And did any of these groups or individuals manipulate you, lead you into campaigning in a way that you didn't want to, or?
No.
And did they influence the decisions concerning your campaign for justice?
No.
So it may be an appropriate time to break there, because I'm going to move on now to the UCOs after the break.
Of course. Take as long as you need to have a break, and we'll resume when you're ready.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Ms Hemingway, before you resume, there is something I want to say about the order made earlier. The order made earlier prohibiting reporting or disclosure of anything occurring in the hearing between 10:58 and 11 was intended to cover the identity of an individual named during that time, provided that that individual is not named in anything reported, then anyone may freely report what occurred between those times.
Thank you, sir. Baroness Lawrence, can I ask you some questions about events between 1994 and 1998? For about 4 years, you say in your statement that your energy was consumed with instructing barristers to review the investigation files and mount a private prosecution, which was the first private prosecution for a racially motivated attack in England. And for that, you had to secure further forensic evidence. Is that right?
Yes.
On the second anniversary of Stephen's death, on the 22nd of April 1995, a judge issued summonses and warrants to arrest the named suspects. And throughout this time, you were still working part-time as a domestic violence advisor and later a financial advisor up until about 2001.
Yes.
And that was whilst raising a family as well. April 1996 is when the trial began at the Old Bailey, and you say in your witness statement that it may have been doomed from the start. Do you remember why you say that?
I think in the first part, I felt that we stood a chance of getting a conviction. I knew we didn't have a single evidence as such. Well, with a combination of what we had, I felt that we stood a chance of getting conviction. But it came apparent, I think probably from the first day, that we weren't going to get anywhere. The judge that was appointed to oversee the private prosecution, I just felt that he was, not say planted, but he was selected, I would say. And the jurors didn't hear much from the witnesses. They spent nearly 2 weeks on legal arguments. And so towards the end of those legal arguments, you realise that he wasn't going to let the case continue. But then he could have said there was no case and adjourned, but he decided to instruct the juror without them really hearing anything to bring a not guilty verdict, meaning that there's nothing that we can do, because the law is, at the time, once you've been not guilty, they could never be charged again.
And that's how it stood at the time. And to be fair, I think that decision by the judge was not criticised in the Macpherson report. That's right, isn't it?
So I understand, but he should have been.
The following day, when the not guilty verdict was returned, the Daily Mail published a now famous front cover of the 5 suspects and the name, or the word murderers across the top. Do you recall that?
Yes, but I think that happened at the end of the inquest more so than at the private prosecution.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Sorry, I'd missed out the inquest back in February 1997, and that, as we said before, the jury in the inquest returned the verdict that Stephen was unlawfully killed in a completely unprovoked attack by 5 racist youths. And the day after that verdict conclusion was returned, then we had the front page of the Daily Mail. What effect did that have on the campaign itself?
I presume it sort of highlighted what we were saying all along about these individuals, because I think up until when we had a committal hearing, I had no idea what the individuals looks like. So it's a committee that we first had sight of them. And the public would not really have known anything about them, what they look like. So by having that done, it just shows, for me, so the public could see who these individuals were or are. Because before that, they were allowed to carry on with their lives and nobody know anything. Whereas it, for me, it's never been like that for me. I'm always out in the public and everybody knows who I am. And during those times, I felt more than threatened. I didn't feel comfortable to be out in the public because, especially when I didn't know what they looked like, I could be standing next to somebody and anything could have happened to me and I would not have known who they were. So having their faces out, it made a difference.
Okay. Now, that same month, February 1997, you met with Jack Straw whilst he was Shadow Home Secretary, is that right?
Yes.
And you were again asking for an inquiry.
Yes.
A month later, then we had the
General election.
The general election, and following that, yeah, thank you. Following that, then he was Home Secretary, and you met him again, and he was very supportive of the idea of a public inquiry, wasn't he?
I think at first, whoever his advisors were, he wanted to do something similar to what Scarman did, looking within the community. And I felt that would never give me the answers to what happened around Stephen's murder. So I managed to persuade him that a public inquiry was the best way to go forward. And after that, that's when he announced the public inquiry.
And that was in July 1997?
Yes.
And the public inquiry was set up to identify lessons for police in dealing with racially motivated crimes, and it was chaired by Sir William Macpherson.
Yes.
Just before we move on to the inquiry itself, in December 1997, the Kent police probe into the police conduct around Stephen's investigation published the report. It found that there were weaknesses, omissions and lost opportunities in the murder investigation, but they didn't find racism, did they?
I can't remember that, but I think from what the Kent police did, that was the first time that I knew that within 24 hours somebody had walked into the police station and to give names. But when that person walked in, he was turned away by whoever, I can't remember exactly the officer's name. But before that, so all along, we did not know that within 24 hours after Stephen's murder, that they could have arrested individuals. And that was quite a shocking thing to know.
Is it right then that over the course of the years that followed Stephen's death, more and more information comes out with each different mode of investigation?
Yes.
Even with the inquest into his death, you found out things about the first aid issue, didn't you?
Yes.
And I think that was that Stephen wasn't really given first aid at the scene.
They did not. I remember saying something like they didn't want to be for a black man's blood. I remember saying something like that. But it just goes to show that you have somebody who was injured on the ground and they just stood around without checking to see whether or not, if there's anything that they can do. And I understand a young girl who lived, I think, just opposite or probably on the same side of the road, came down and offered to do first aid because she was qualified first aider, and they didn't allow her to do anything.
Moving to 1998 and the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. By 1998, I think you say in your witness statement at paragraph 163 that the focus of the Stephen Lawrence campaign had shifted slightly, so that it was now relaunched with the focus mainly around the inquiry and links to other justice groups to make submissions in the second phase. Is that right?
That's true, because I think that wasn't something that I would have suggested. I think it's something that with the campaigning group, they felt that they needed to make submissions around partly because over the years of how they've been treated and how people within the black community have been treated. So it's for the judge to hear all that. I think that's what they wanted to make sure the judge heard everything that there's been going on.
So the first phase of the Macpherson inquiry was looking at Stephen's death and investigation.
Yes.
And the second phase was about wider issues of racism in the community and
Yes.
other justice groups.
Yes.
You set out the main aims of the Stephen Lawrence campaign in your statement, and if I just run through those very quickly: holding regular press conferences at crucial and key moments of the inquiry, mobilising supporters and people to attend, publishing a booklet informing the public of the campaign's views of the inquiry and what it expects, linking with other families or campaigns or organisations to make submissions during the second phase, at countering attacks on our family or legal team from sources within the inquiry or outside. Is it right that this was all very organised, lawful and crucially public campaigning?
Definitely so.
Is there anything that you could think of that could possibly be of interest to the police that wasn't either public or for very good reason private, such as your personal life and your legal affairs?
Explain a little bit more what you're trying to ask.
It appears from what you say in your statement that the campaign was very public. It was about informing people, informing the public, informing supporters about what was going on, what you were wanting as part of the Stephen Lawrence campaign, and what you intended to do about that. Was there anything kept secret that you were hiding from the public? Anything that needed an undercover officer to try and find intelligence on that wouldn't otherwise be very, very open for everybody to read about or hear about at public meetings?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Would it be fair to say that the Stephen Lawrence campaign was relatively small and limited to the people close to you and your family, whereas the Lawrence family support group that we see mentioned in some of the reports was a wider support group, a wider collaboration between different organisations?
You could say that. I think because where the campaign that I wanted to run was specifically focused on Stephen. I wanted to understand what's happened around why it had taken us so long to get any justice, understanding what motivation the police would have had for not investigating Stephen's murder as they should. And for me, it's always to make sure it's seeking justice for him.
Did you have much involvement personally with the Lawrence family support group?
Not much, no.
Now, it's evident around this time in 1998 that we start to get more significant reporting from the SDS UCOs on the Stephen Lawrence campaign, the Lawrence family support group, and the Stephen Lawrence inquiry itself, and even some personal reporting on you and your then husband Neville Lawrence, whether as direct reporting or as peripheral reporting to those campaign groups that the undercover officers were deployed into. Predominantly, I think you're aware that reports come from HN81, who is known in his cover identity as David Hagan. Now, did you know him at the time?
No.
You've seen a photograph of him as he looked back in those days in his cover identity. Did you recognise him in that photograph at all?
No.
HN43, Peter Francis, otherwise known as Peter Daly or Peter Johnson, or otherwise known as Peter Black, is somebody that also reported to some extent. Did you recognise him? Do you have an image of what he looked like back in the day?
No.
Did you know him at the time?
No, didn't know of him, no.
And there is some very peripheral reporting about the Stephen Lawrence inquiry and the campaign by some of the other officers, particularly in the left-wing groups. One of those is HN15 Mark Jenner, who was known in his cover identity as Mark Cassidy. Does that ring any bells?
No, no.
I'd like to go to some examples of the reports that were written involving the Stephen Lawrence campaign and the inquiry. There are about 13 examples in all. So what I'll ask is for the extracts of those reports to be brought up onto the screen, just so that we can have a sense of what was being reported, and I may ask you some questions in relation to specific ones, but then come on to some more general answers after we've had a look through those, and we should be able to get through those, at least the majority of them, before lunch.
Okay.
Can I have up on screen first then, please, MPS 794. It's behind tab B12, sir. This is an This is an intelligence report by Touchy Subject. That was the code name for Mark Jenner. And he was deployed into the anti-fascist action, the AFA. The date of the report is the 23rd of January 1998. This report, it's not specifically on the campaign, but it's just to give a sense of the type of reporting that was written up by an SDS undercover officer in relation to the campaign groups, and specifically Black Justice campaign groups. So we can see that there's reference to, we'll start, in a further attempt to broaden its remit, AFA have decided to involve itself in providing support to victims of racial attacks. The architect of this idea is Harold, who seeks AFA's role in a similar light to that of Red Action, i.e. to broaden its base and then influence the naive from within. This reference to influencing the naive from within, you've made it very clear in your evidence that you weren't naive, you weren't going to be influenced, you knew exactly what your campaign was about, and you had the capacity and the wherewithal to make sure that you were able to progress that without the influence of outside groups. And so what do you say about the reference to naive people within the campaign groups that were going to be influenced by the AFA on the face of this document?
I think people can have their own opinion about certain things, but I certainly was not naive. Naive about certain things and how I expected how Stephen's investigation should have gone. Yes, I was naive about that. But for these other campaign groups, no, because they weren't, I would say they were probably on the outside. They weren't as within the family. Because there's, like Kakara, I've heard about them. I've never had anything to do with them before. And yes, I know they were there to support the family, like these other groups. So, you know, that's their opinion about who's naive and who's not naive.
The third paragraph says that AFA have a history of attempting to involve themselves in this sensitive area. In the early 90s, they joined an uneasy relationship with privacy at, you've just mentioned them, GACARA, the Greenwich Action Committee Against Racial Attacks, and also had close connections with the family of Stephen Lawrence before losing out in the left-wing scramble for recruitment amongst victim families. Did you ever have the sense that you were another family to be targeted and recruited into certain activist groups?
No.
It goes on to say that Harold is of the opinion that the left wing has abandoned the theme of racial attacks. The sense that racial attacks was a theme to be adopted. What do you say about that?
I don't really know anything about that. I mean, so racial is not something that's new. That's been around for decades. And I was never involved in any groups whatsoever to do with anything like this.
It is planned that Harold and Privacy will meet up with the Lawrence family and other families who have suffered racial abuse with the idea of recruiting them into a broad liberal umbrella organisation with the legitimate aim of promoting public awareness of racial attacks. And this scheme will be endorsed by an intellectual. 2 names were floated, John Snow and another. The intellectual angle is being delegated to Privacy of Southampton Red Action, who is studying for a doctorate at Southampton University. This group will be open to both individuals and organisations in the hope that it will give the impression of liberal respectability. Did you feel that your campaign needed a front of respectability?
No. It's like, who's Harold anyway? I have no idea who that is. You know, okay, I know John Snow, he's a journalist, but no.
We can add that to your cipher list later and let you know the name under there. AFA will become part of it, but will not attempt to lead from the front. Harold is therefore hoping that this respectable exterior will provide AFA with cover to operate against racist attacks in Thamesmead and South East London. The source comment at the bottom is that although an elaborate scheme, Harold is working hard to achieve this new operating base, and it is consistent with AFA IWCA aims of a drive against racist attacks, and this initiative will be launched around Easter time. So this sense that there were organisations that were trying to prevent racist attacks, but were reported in a way as if it was a bit of a theme, an initiative, just something to jump on a bandwagon. What do you say about that?
Probably it could be, but it's not something that I was aware of.
Moving on then to a report of the 19th of May 98, MPS 1089 behind tab B13, please. (1089). This is a report from Windmill Tilter, which is HN81 David Hagan, concerning the Movement for Justice's public meeting on the 14th of May 1998. Paragraph 5, please. Says that MFJ intends to involve themselves in the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. The intention initially is to get a few individual members to monitor and assess the situation. From this, they hope to build relations with the family of Stephen Lawrence and other protest groups. In addition, it's hoped that an interview can be arranged with members of the family for publication in the next MFJ magazine. And furthermore, if it can be ascertained when the 5 suspects will be attending to give evidence, then a demonstration will be called in cooperation with any other groups in order to protest against these people. MFJ intend building momentum towards the end of the inquiry, demanding that the 5 men are named and charged. Were you approached, or can you remember being approached by the MFJ for interviews or to build relations with their group?
No.
Can we display, please, MPS 0001113? It's behind tab B15. a report of the 2nd of June 1998, again by David Hagan, Movement for Justice report. The MFJ, paragraph 1 please, the MFJ have decided to get more actively involved in the Stephen Lawrence campaign. Members have been attending for the past 2 weeks and have become outraged by evidence they have heard from police witnesses. MFJ do not believe that the family intend to promote the issues as evidenced by the fact that the two protests held so far on the 19th of May 98 and the 26th of the 5th 98 have been rallies for the purpose of pooling information. So this is reporting specifically on the Stephen Lawrence campaign and what the family intends to do or not to do in relation to the issues that have been raised within the inquiry itself. Paragraph 2, please. We can see here that the date on which the 5 murderers would be attending the inquiry is named, and the MFJ intend to mobilise as many people as possible on the 2nd of June 98 rally and attempt to take it over and turn it into a proper demonstration, with the intention of attracting media coverage for the week commencing the 8th of May 1998. And finally, on this document, paragraph 3, MFJ feel that it's important to work with the family on this matter, but will not be deflected from progressing the campaign because the family object. Can you recall a time when you were being asked to become more involved at demonstrations and such like?
No.
During the course of the inquiry, was it your position that you were sticking to your objectives, your agenda, and you weren't going to be swayed by these other groups?
Yes.
Did you, as a family, have a sense that there was going to be any kind of disorder when the 5 suspects turned up to give their evidence at the inquiry?
No.
Display, please, MPS 0721970. It's behind tab B17. This is a report of the 3rd of the 6th, 98. It's got some written comments on here, which are quotes from, I think it's the Ellison investigation. But it reads, following a meeting of the Stephen Lawrence campaign last night on the 2nd of June 98, the family has agreed to allow demonstrations outside the court where the inquiry is taking place. There may be a small demonstration next Tuesday on the 9th of June 98, but the main protest will be focused on the week beginning June 15th, when the 5 people accused of the murder attend the hearing. A planning meeting is due to take place on the 4th of June 98 and will be attended by members of MFJ who now feel they can influence the emphasis of the campaign. Thank you if you collapse that down. The note here, which is a note of what 81 said, it was MFJ's intention to openly or covertly influence the campaign. It was a high-profile opportunity to attack the state. Any campaign was seen as an opportunity to take such action. Did you have the sense that your campaign was being used as a bit of a springboard for other campaigning agendas?
I think at the time I wasn't so much aware of the MFJ and their intention, because we were always just focused on one thing. And is later on reading, when I was asked questions just around the inquiry that I realised what their intentions were and what they were planning. So it was not, we did not have a meeting to say this is what we'd like you to do, we would like to demonstrate. No, we did not have that. And I think from this you can see that they were using Stephen's name for their own gain more so than trying to support the family, what we wanted. To me, it just looked as if it's something that they wanted.
Can we display, please, MPS 0001120 behind tab B18? It's a report from the 5th of June 98. And it's to do with a rally at the Stephen Lawrence inquiry on Tuesday the 2nd of June. At the rally, the spokesman for the family campaign, Suresh, and that's Suresh Grover, who we heard from yesterday, stated that he had been informed that the 5 suspects would be appearing during the week of the 15th of June. He stated that a demonstration would be planned for that time. However, those attending the rally, led and encouraged by MFJ, decried the lack of action so far and called for a demonstration sooner. The result was that the family campaign representative agreed to hold a planning meeting on Thursday the 5th of June and invited those present to attend. And the source comment, please. At the bottom, the MFJ were pleased with their success at the Tuesday rally and are still intent on working with the Lawrence family campaign rather than attempting to take it over. Can we display, please, MPS 0001129 behind tab B19? It's a report of the 12th of June 98. This is now the Lawrence Family Support Group. It says at the very beginning that the Lawrence Family Support Group held their weekly meeting in a disused shop in Elephant and Castle Shopping Centre. Did you used to attend those meetings?
I probably did, but I just can't remember.
Approximately 40 people attended, and the meeting discussed what to do when the 5 accused white youths attend the inquiry. The support group, acting on behalf of the family, are in close liaison with the inquiry administration itself. Were you aware that the support group was in liaison with the inquiry administration, that they were informing them as to what was happening, about numbers attending, for instance, or what demonstrations or protests were going to be at the building where the inquiry was being held?
No, I don't remember about that.
Paragraph 3, please. It does say that the mood amongst those attending the meeting was hostile and rowdy, especially amongst a number of the women. Several members of the audience stated that they would not allow themselves to be searched and that they would not accept any police presence whatsoever. Grover was asked to report these facts back to the inquiry. There's a sense here, isn't there, that people are wanting their frustrations and their intent to be known by the inquiry administration staff. This isn't a planning meeting that is being done in secret in order to surprise the administration or surprise the people who are attending the inquiry. Would you accept that?
Yeah, I would. And I think as people were very angry around Stephen's murder and other murders that's taken place, so I can understand. And the fact that they were doing the right thing by letting the inquiry know about it, so they were being respectful to the inquiry, I would have thought.
Paragraph 4, please. plan for the day is to hold a demonstration outside at the commencement and keep this continually manned, as well as keeping a full presence inside the inquiry. The demonstration outside will make sufficient noise to be heard inside. Protesters will move between the demonstration and the inquiry room to ensure that everyone sees some of the inquiry. When each of the 5 accused enters the inquiry, the crowd will turn their backs on them and impose a 2-minute silence in memory of Stephen. So this is what was planned in terms of a demonstration. It wasn't a violent, disorderly demonstration, at least by this stage. Is that right?
Yeah, good, peaceful, yeah.
Yeah. And were you a part of that plan to have a 2-minute silence in memory of Stephen when the 5 accused entered the inquiry?
I probably were, but I just can't remember.
The last paragraph, please, says that given the paucity of policing within the room, disorder should be expected, and a possible way around this would be the removal of all police officers and a large increase in the number of security guards whom the group deem acceptable. Was that a sense that you had, that police officers not welcome, security guards welcome?
I think what they were probably trying to do is to make sure that they had enough members of the public to be in the inquiry room, and I presume it was limited to members of the public being there, and I think that's where the disagreement and the stuff that fall out from that, because they weren't allowed to be in the room when the 5 arrived.
And I think there's some reference in this report at least to a monitor being set up in a room in the shopping centre nearby. Is that right?
Yes.
So to what extent were you expecting others to cause disorder when the 5 suspects attended?
No, I was not expecting that, no.
Can we display, please, MPS 0001134 behind tab B19? This is a report of the 12th of June 98 about an SWP public meeting of the Lawrence, in relation to the Lawrence Family Support Group. It's the North London meeting. About 200 people attended the public meeting, and it was noted here that the audience predominantly were young and black, with twice as many females as males. Does that reflect the type of people who were the surrounding support group at the inquiry?
I can't say, because I think if this has been held in Tottenham Green Centre, I was not there, and yes, I think mothers and young women would be more demonstrating about what happened to Stephen, and I think there are times that their voices are not heard, so I could understand why there were more women and young people there.
And in terms of noting someone's race in particular, can you suggest why that might be important or not important?
Well, the race would be important because Stephen was not the only young person that was being killed or being attacked by white youth, so it would have been, race would have been definitely important.
In as far as that meant a lot to the people that were there supporting the campaign?
Well, yes, because I think from their own experience of what's happened to them or their family or within their community, race would be definitely be high on the agenda.
Paragraph 2, please. It says that Grover was more outspoken than on previous occasions and stressed the importance of Monday and Tuesday when the 5 accused would be appearing. He was particularly angry over the treatment of Stephen Lawrence's mother, who had been searched that day prior to going to the inquiry. He argued that the police's incompetence was an attempt to cover up their systematic racism and corruption, and he cited a number of examples from the inquiry proving his point. It is noted further down, penultimate paragraph, that Wayman Bennett took up the mood and delivered a fiery, rabble-rousing speech. He totally denounced the inquiry and the police. This sense that there is rabble-rousing speeches going on, did you have a sense of that, and did that affect the way that the inquiry was managed or handled, as far as you were aware?
I was not aware of rabble-rousing speeches at the inquiry. I know that people was upset and angry since Stephen's murder and how it's been conducted. So I think the mood of people, I'm not saying that it's justified, but you can understand the reason why.
What about the language that's used to describe a speech?
Well, as I say, people are angry and upset, and I think if you're in a position, as what we are, as the black community feels, that we're never being listened to, not being respected, and there are times that opportunity arise where you can speak out, and you don't always have the opportunity to do that, and so for them to be frustrated by how things have been conducted, I can understand that, but I would never encourage anyone to use and that for turning to violence or disorder. I would never allow think that's the right way to go.
Page 2 of this document, at the very end, it was the source comment, not this one. The source comment, so this is HN81's assessment, says that the mood of those present was very angry, and if similar numbers attend on Monday, there is potential for severe public disorder when the 5 appear. Had you been told as the family that there's a chance that there's going to be severe public disorder? I think your evidence was that you hadn't any sense of that at all.
No.
Prior to, or even on the day when the 5 attended at the inquiry?
No.
Moving to MPS 0001134, please. Oh, sorry, that's what we've just been on. 0001145 behind tab B21. This is a report of the 23rd of the 6th, 98. Paragraph 2, please. The main focus of the meeting was the Stephen Lawrence campaign. This is the Movement for Justice meeting again. It says in the last sentence here that MFJ have lost faith in Suresh and the family campaign to progress the issue, and see the 28th as a golden opportunity to demonstrate the effectiveness of MFJ and assist in raising its profile. That part can be taken down, and the bit in bold highlighted. There is no specific intelligence to suggest that any of the 5 may become victims of a premeditated assault, but MFJ will attempt to direct their anger and hostility towards the 5, both within the inquiry room and outside of the building. Were there members of MFJ in the inquiry room when the 5 attended to give their evidence, as far as you were aware?
I'm not aware, because I don't really know. I didn't know them, and I still don't really know them. And so if they were inside the room, I have no idea.
Was there any hostility or anger expressed in the inquiry room when the 5 were giving their evidence?
I can't remember. I don't think so.
Can we display, please, 0001147 behind tab B22. It's a report of the 25th of the 6th, 98. So these are regular reports. These are all within, largely within June. Again, it's another report by Windmill Tilter, David Hagan, and it's to do with the Newham Monitoring Project meeting regarding Stephen Lawrence inquiry. Paragraph 1, it's noted again the ethnicity or the race of people in the audience, mainly black and of all ages. There were approximately twice as many women as men. Is that significant as far as you suggest in terms of public order issues?
No, I don't really understand. And I'd like to sort of point out, if this person, whatever his name is, I wish you'd get Stephen's name spelt correctly. And it's on everything, spelt with a V, and that really annoys me. So if they're doing the report, so they would have seen Stephen's name written so many times, and yet he cannot get that right.
There's also reference to other family justice campaigns of people who have lost others in racist attacks. Were you familiar with those other campaign groups?
Yes, but not familiar in a way that I know or attended any of their meetings. It's what would have been reported on the news, that I would have had information about them, but not where I've attended any of their meetings.
Okay. Were you able to support each other's campaigns, or?
I think from afar, yes, because of what happened to Steve, I can understand those families and what they were going through. So in that respect, yes, but I've never really attended any of their meetings.
Okay, thank you. Paragraph 2 of this report comments on the fact that Imran Khan then gave a brief account of the Lawrence case, highlighting the police incompetence that had been displayed, and stated that the police had only finally acted against the five accused after Nelson Mandela had got involved and met Stephen's parents. And apparently the 5 were arrested the day after this meeting. And moving on to paragraph 3, there is reference to Neville Lawrence, who gave a personal speech. And it comments that he was disappointed by a statement issued by the leader of the Police Federation that day, supposedly saying that the inquiry had become political and was therefore flawed, and that Jack Straw should not be hounded into accepting its recommendations. Again, it's reporting on Neville Lawrence's views on the events that were taking place as part of the inquiry. There is a sense that, there is evidence that when this was first investigated by Mark Ellison QC at the time, he suggested that HN81 was reporting on the internal machinations of the Stephen Lawrence campaign. Is this the sort of thing that you would say, well, that's the internal workings of our campaign, our people, my solicitor, my husband, and their views on what was happening in terms of the inquiry? Do you think that is what was meant by the internal machinations of the campaign?
I think if you were to look at how long it's taken us to get even to the inquiry, the frustration of us around that, and the fact that we've had to question how the police was conducting their inquiry. And yes, there are times that with Mr. Khan, we would ask and instruct him to write to whether the commissioner or whoever to question why the investigation into Stephen's murder has not produced any result. So yes, I can understand all of that, and yes, we would be always questioning. And as for the police, they're always trying to cover their backs all the time. They have a job to do. And in my opinion, had they done their job as they should, we wouldn't be sitting here today.
Baroness Lawrence, I'm about to move on to the actual day when the 5 attended to the inquiry, and it may be that now is an appropriate time to break for lunch.
I would have thought so. We'll resume at 15:15.
All rise.